real names, but I can't.
I've got my vanilla nickname up. Ooh, what's that?
Oh dear. Just let people come in and we'll see where we go. It was making me laugh because I'd only just done the workshop about a minute before and already people saying, I can't get in. I'm like, it's okay. You I promise you will get in. I'm just doing it now. I'm just doing it now. Just see who comes in. It makes me laugh that, you know, you're going to get 120 people in and then you get like 5, 10. I don't know why people say they're coming. Oh, I thought in a couple of weeks, actually, I thought one option might be a quite nice idea for a workshop just before the new year. I don't know what people think will be about kinky goals, things you want to achieve, how to, what to do, like our new year type principle and see where that goes. Just see who else comes in. And if no one else comes in, I'll carry on. Thanks, Cosmic, for the stream being live. It's an interesting subject today, I think. I think it's very specific. I'm not sure how kinky it is. I'm not sure how popular it will be. It varies. But just see, can I just remind people as well about the rules? Please don't comment on anybody else in the room, about their appearance, what they look like, what they say, what they do. Please don't try and connect with them in any way. Please don't be sexual. And if you have a penchant for nudity, this is not the place. If you want a CBD certificate, of course, CBD, different sorts of certificate, feel free to ask me for one. I'm shit at them, so you have to bite me a little bit. Hello, Explorer, nice to see you. I'm just going to see who else is popping in at the moment, and then we'll start. Nice to see you all. Andy says, hi Deb and Jerry, sorry I'm a bit late, been busy chatting with fellow Kinksters from Sunday's Latex Devotion Christmas Raw weekend. That sounds very thrilling. So sorry I missed the last one, I got my dates mixed up, I hope everyone is okay. Really well, thank you, can't moan at all. And Cosmic says, I suspect it will be meaningful for some, it's also available as a resource later for those with Christmas parties. And I don't want it to be just about Christmas, I think it's really important that it's every holiday that we have, like Thanksgiving or Diwali or Hanukkah, I'm going to miss a shit ton out, just all of those, because they all matter, and I appreciate half of them have already gone, but if we're taking it, it's a resource that people can come back to as well. And it's nice to see you. That sounds quite good. Was the devotional Christmas Ball weekend good? Was that good, Andy? Yeah, really good. Nice. And they're all bar humbug. What, the latex Christmas ball party people? Take that out of context, how you will. I know, I'm kidding before somebody jumps on my back. No, all the festivities. I mean, maybe this is how to handle Grinches as well. You know, maybe we should talk about that. It was fucking brilliant. I'm glad it was. I'm glad you had a really nice time. Bless you. Okay, so just as people are coming in, just a reminder of the rules. Please don't comment on what anybody else looks like or what they're saying or what they're doing. If you want to say anything, please just type it down the side. I don't respond to hands up or any of that stuff. You're just welcome to write it down the side and I will read it out. And if I miss it, Jerry will say to me, Deb, you missed it. Because he always does. So today I'm talking about holidays and how to handle holidays, how to handle families, how to handle people, how to cope with our lives really in this sort of scenario, the pros and cons of working around Christmas, polyamory and Christmas and holidays, and also looking at what happens if you miss the spark in in that relationship at that time over Christmas, if you're kinky or if you're poly and you can't get a lot of those things going on for you. So we'll talk about those different things. There are at least 6 people saying the meeting ID isn't working. Yes, it is. It is now. It is. I'm just going to write that for a few people. I wonder where people are. It is. And I've got inbox messages saying, it's not working. It's not working. It is. It's working. It is working. So hopefully those people will keep trying and come in. I can't keep replying to all of them. Hopefully people know Zoom and know that it's a problem sometimes and that it takes some time. So we're talking about Christmas. We're talking about the impact of Christmas. And when I say Christmas, I'm including all holidays. I will forget to say holidays. I'm a Jewish woman who has a Hanukkah bush, not a Christmas tree. So Christmas isn't particularly my thing either. But my mum converted to marry my dad, and she had Christmas tree the whole of her life. So when she converted, she definitely didn't want to give up the idea of a Christmas tree. So the only way my dad would have it in the house was to have a Hanukkah bush. So that's what we went for eventually. So it's what you do sometimes, isn't it? So for me, it's not about Christmas itself. It's about holiday time, family time, different things. One of the things I wanted to start with, and I've already got a writing on this a little bit, is the difference between toxicity and abusiveness. If you are in an abusive situation and you have an abusive family or an abusive parent or abusive people around you, that's a very different response to toxicity. And I think you have to make sure that you are as safe as you can be. So what I've done is I've just got a link up, which I just copy and pasted. This is for the UK. There are clearly other groups in different places. So if you are in an abusive situation, please get out, please get help, please make sure that you're safe, because that's way more important than anything else. It really is. So abuse and toxicity aren't the same. What's the difference? All abusive relationships can definitely be toxic, but not all toxic relationships are necessarily abusive, because it's cloudy, it's really difficult. It's about the people. You can also see some people who are together and they are so toxic together, they're so dangerous, they're not healthy and are in with each other. And yet you watch them break up and you watch those two people with different people and they are now in healthy relationships and they do really well together. So toxicity is often about a blend between two people or something that's triggered in someone by something else. You are still responsible for your own actions and your own thoughts and feelings. And, you know, someone can be really damaging or feel damaged, but there is a difference between toxicity and abuse. Abuse is all meant. Somebody wants to hurt somebody else and they might have reasons that can appear very valid. Like, you know, I've had a terrible time myself. I've been abused. All these things have happened. However, that isn't a reason to abuse somebody else at any time. So we often excuse toxicity and abusive behavior. It's how they are. It's difficult. Is it a conscious decision? No. But one of my favorite old expressions is that you are not responsible for the hand of cards you are dealt, and you are 100% responsible for how you play them. There are choices there. There are things that we can do to help ourselves to change what's happened to us and how we see things. And I remember when I wrote this piece, I had a client come to me with a group of texts. And if I talk about clients, I 100% have permission to talk about my clients. You'll never know who they are. I don't talk about names or any identifiers. And they said, look, I've been receiving abusive texts from my ex. And I said, how are these? Can you talk me through abuse? What does that mean? And she said, well, my friend told me they were abusive. They are, aren't they? They're absolutely awful. And actually, they weren't. They were toxic. They weren't particularly good. But they weren't abusive. They were somebody really trying to get their point across, not being heard, those arguments. So Smith says, this is an interesting insight. Abuse gets banded around as a lot of the time, whereas what might be being observed is toxicity. Yes, and vice versa. And, you know, a lot of people post relationships will say they were abusive or they were toxic. And that's an interesting choice of words as well sometimes. I like a lot of psychologists on Twitter in different places, and there are words. I think one of the psychologists put it on Twitter and Instagram yesterday where she was saying, you know, these words should not be used lightly, like gaslighting, like abuse, like all of these things. We've got to be so careful about some of the things that we say, because they can really hurt people when they're not necessarily abusive. So we can often feel very hurt in a relationship or in relationships, especially with families, you know, and friends. That they did that to me. It's specific. We take things really personally. And actually, you are being abused isn't always helpful, safe, or a relevant insight, because it's not always right either. And if you go and see a therapist, often what a lot of therapists will do is also ask you, not around abuse, clearly in domestic violence. There is a distinct difference here. So I'm not talking about that level. I'm talking about some very base toxicity where, like, what's your part in that? What are you doing around that? What do you want to do about that? And what's your part in it? And that's really important as well, because we can feel really hurt. And if we just blame the other person, we get lost in powerlessness. Well, what do you expect me to do? There's nothing I can do. That's not true. Taking power back and making decisions is really important. So psychological terminology is just used by Google people everywhere, and it's really dangerous. We have to understand so much more. When you diagnose somebody with something, you have to take a bigger picture. And yet people are given a diagnosis in a 20-minute conversation. There is a lot of lazy psychiatry that goes on around that, because so many things are comorbid and somebody is classified as something that actually can ruin their life. And actually it's not necessarily true. It is a spectrum that we need to look at. So it's complex. Some toxic behavior is like an undercurrent in relationships. It's bad habits, bad choices, bad communication. It can be disrespect, a lack of care and upbringing, cultural. And when we repeatedly do things that we toxic and then potentially abusive. If something is pointed out to you that your behavior is not kind or not caring or could be done in a different way, we need to learn from that. But if somebody doesn't learn, has zero accountability and won't get help, that inaction is what turns something potentially into abuse rather than toxicity, rather than saying, oh gosh, is that something I'm doing? Okay, fuck, I didn't realise. Now, of course, you could be being gaslit by somebody as well, but maybe not. Could it also be fear, Smez asks, fear of being vulnerable, of being hurt, of having old beliefs reinforced? 100%. Most of what we do is based in fear. So when somebody gets an owl, if you think of archery, boom, off goes the arrow, shoots us. We're so frightened of that pain. But what we have as human beings isn't one arrow anymore, it's 20. So you take the example of putting your back out. You put your back out for the first time, you go, fuck, I can't move. You can't breathe. Oh shit, you need to relax. Maybe your back will come back, maybe it will do many things. But if you then end up crawling into bed, having a terrible situation, hardly being able to go to the loo, crawling on your hands and knees everywhere, the next time your back goes, you're not shot by one arrow, you're shot by, boom, your back hurts. Fuck, I'm going to end up in bed. Fuck, so you start using those arrows as predictors. So we then panic and respond in a way that we think is potentially powerful because we're scared. So we're not shot by one arrow, we're shot by multiple arrows telling us and predicting what's going to happen, rather than just sitting with, my back's gone. Actually, I don't know if it's going to be as bad as the last time. It might be all right. I've got some exercises from last time. I've got warmth, I've got ice, I've got a mini Theragun or something along those lines. That might help. This might be okay. We don't do that. We're shot by multiple arrows. So when somebody is fearful and they've been hurt before, they've been shot by multiple arrows. So what they tend to do is take all of those arrows, have a look and use them as predictors, and then maybe behave in a very toxic or unhelpful way to themselves and to the other person. Andy says, funny enough, as you know, I left my wife over 2 years ago. That's an interesting typo, Andy. Just saying, Freud would have a field day with that. 2 years ago. We keep in touch, and recently I agreed. To help her making props for a pantomime. But it's turning out I'm doing all the legwork again as before and making stuff whilst my ex is going to be in Scotland, and I can't help thinking I'm having this taken out of me again. Pus, there you go, toxic and poisonous. And I'm always left thinking, why do I allow this to keep happening? Yes, so stop. Your choice is to just not make them. And this is what people don't get. When you get 2 people together, and it's the same at Christmas as well, we are full of shoulds. We say, this is the way it is. This is the way it's going to be. Therefore, you should do this. We have a choice not to. When I speak to couples and say, well, I did this for you. I did all this fucking work last week. Don't then. Stop. But what we're frightened of is the consequences. Yeah, but it's not fair. We've got to look at that, blah, blah, blah. It's difficult, isn't it? Because we assume that the same thing is going to happen every time. Joey says, I'm dreading my next kidney stone, assuming I have one, and it's the associated shit that really bothers me. Yeah, I get it. Do you know, I often think, fuck, I'm probably going to get cancer again. It's why I'm losing weight. I've lost like 24, 25 pounds recently. I feel paranoid about it. I don't ever want to do chemo again. It scares the shit out of me. But it doesn't mean it's going to be the same. So I have to withdraw some of those arrows and say that might not happen. And we've got to be really careful about this in the holidays as well. Because what we also use is predictors. We state that something really bad is going to happen. My family's going to be shit. Look, the likelihood is if you've got a shit family, they probably aren't going to be. Let's be serious. But maybe not. We don't know. And actually what we do know is if you change, you can't change anyone else. But if you see yourself like a stone in a pond when you drop in, if you change your shape, your ripples impact everybody else. So when you change your shape, your ripples change. And if you can do that and respond differently to people, you will change their shape and they respond differently to you. And that can take a long time, and other times it takes a shorter time. Families are systemic, so they're systems. They're like Fisher-Price toy boxes, shape sorters. Do you remember those boxes when you were a kid, or maybe you've got kids or grandkids, where you've got a sphere and it went, I hope you're impressed with that word, it went in the circle, and you tried to put it in and it would just slide in, but then you had to pick up a cube because these shapes are 3D. I'm going to get really lost when we start saying things like fucking stars, I tell you. Right, so there's a sphere. We go to put it in the circle, it won't work. So we get a hammer with it and we bang it really fucking hard. And Fisher-Price, my first dysfunctional family, says Smez, and Jerry, you made nice kitty spit coffee everywhere. So families are a pain in the arse sometimes, of course they are, and there's systems and we're used to it. And when somebody dies and that shape disappears, we try and take that space up. And systems have a way of working. No, we do it this way. This is the way we do it. Think of Christmas dinner. Think of Friday dinner. Think of a certain way of doing things. Your mum, your dad, your aunt, your uncle, your siblings, your cousins, whoever have a certain way of doing things. My kids all want to go to my sister's on Boxing Day. She always makes the most glorious food. She always does the best fun games. Actually, this year she said, oh, I really don't know if I want to do it. There are fucking so many of you. And that is my fault because I have 4 daughters. And then, you know, her son and daughter are going to be there and one of their partners is coming. God, it's so many. I said, well, I'll do it. And my kids said, no, don't you do it. We want to go to hers. It'll be much better. It's that system. This is the way that it is. We've all got to go there because it's the tradition. It's the way things are. So we have to be careful. So when somebody doesn't want to learn to go back to toxicity and that poison that happens around us, we've got to be careful because that inaction versus intent then starts to come in around what do we mean there. It can also be a trauma response for some people. So some people have a traumatic response to something, you know, because that's the way it is, we might cross a boundary all the time or do things slightly differently, and then that becomes toxic, possibly abusive. And some people really create drama and hysteria because it's better to create that so others stay or go so that they feel safer. And there's a lot of chemicals involved in that, so people do that. Some people just make very poor choices in certain situations, and that can be fear, that can be trauma, that can be stress, that can be environment, that can be the way of things. If you have somebody in a family that blows up and is very angry and there's no space for you to be angry, you might have always been the very quiet one, but actually you might have a lot of anger, but you can't get in touch with it. So there's lots of things that we need to look at here. Do we have to define someone else's behavior the whole time and say they've got this, they've got that? You know, sometimes we need some compassion. Sometimes we need to just say that's the way the person is. I don't really want to be around them, I'm out. And sometimes we need to say that's the way the person is. I'm willing to put up with that behavior because I'd rather spend the day with everybody. Those are the choices that empower us that we have to make. My dad is quite selfish as a human being. When we go to my sister's, even on Boxing Day, he doesn't drive anymore. He'll come 5:30, 6 o'clock, and he'll say, so who's going to take me home then? None of us fucking want to. We want to stay here for a few more hours. I will take him home and it's fine, but he doesn't think about anyone else. I, however, would rather have him there than not. So I put up with that shitty behaviour and the fact that, you know, he's 88 in March, he's 87 now, and only next week is he going to go and have his fucking ears tested so he can have a fucking hearing aid fitted because he's rude and can never hear you. So sometimes we put up with really shitty behaviour. He can also be quite misogynistic at times, quite anti-fat. The amount of times I've heard as a human being that you were so pretty when you were a size 10, Deb. From my own dad. My mum, every time she had a fringe cut, I do think a lot of lesbians have fringes, don't they? Fucking hell, like all this toxic shit that's coming out of his mouth. However, he was also brought up in the time as a Jewish man where in the 60s, especially when he lived in London, there used to be signs in the windows saying no Jews, no blacks, no dogs, no Irish. That was the list at that time for rental properties and things like that. So, and he comes from a different era. That said, it's interesting how he votes and what he does now. So he's quite interesting, completely accepting fringe equals bangs. Yep, if you are not an American, it's fringe is terribly English. We have to look at why someone's behaviour is the way it is and work out whether we will accept that or not. Whereas when he meets a lot of people I know with different pronouns and stuff, he's utterly trying to understand and is utterly inclusive. When my daughter brings home her girlfriend, she's like, oh, well, that's her girlfriend. So it's really interesting, some of the contradictions and some of the ways he's also moved on. So does that mean that I accept him more because he's getting better at this shit? And other things he's getting worse. We look for reasons to try and change people, especially when they are toxic and difficult. You can't change someone unless they want to. Do you know how many people get in contact with me and say, will you see my dad, my mum, my whatever, my friend really needs to see you? And I'm like, great, when they've got the time and they want to see me, get them to get in contact with me. I can't change somebody who doesn't want to be changed. What do we do? And what is that family used to? It might be, so like, for example, you also have to be really careful, especially around domestic violence therapeutically. Did you know that I can't see a couple if there's domestic violence there or anything that's classed as domestic violence? The way the guidelines go is to say that if you see a couple and there's domestic violence, they have individual therapy first. So actually putting everyone together in a dangerous, toxic environment never works. It doesn't work in therapy. It's not going to work at Christmas, Diwali. It doesn't matter what holiday you're celebrating, Easter, Thanksgiving, Day of Atonement. It doesn't matter what you're celebrating or looking at. When you bring a group of people together, there will always be some issues. What issues are you willing to put up with and how will that work? It's also what we get accustomed to. I think in this piece, I said something about a cheer competition. I've been at a cheer competition and my watch kept telling me, fuck me, Deb, you're an old woman, you're going to go deaf in a minute. Do you realise how loud this music is? It is unbelievable. The loudest concert I've ever been to, and believe me, I've been to some rock concerts, was actually Avril Lavigne. It's crazy how some things are way louder than others, and a cheer competition is up there with it. The volume is unbelievable sometimes, and it really causes a lot of damage to your ears. But you just get used to it. You can speak over it, speak within it, and do all sorts of stuff. And this is the problem with toxicity. We just get used to it. We're exposed to it again and again and again, so that when we go into a family situation, we say, yeah, well, that's normal. Is it your normal? Maybe. Is it what you want? Or whatever normal means. I hate that word anyway. I guess the question I want to ask is that good for you? Is it okay for you? Do you let it run through your head like DBT talks about, dialectical behavioural therapy talks about the Teflon mind where things don't stick? If things stick and hurt you, is that good for you? If the answer is no, and you're living a lie and it's all a bit of a joke, and that's not necessarily healthy for you. It's not good for your stress levels. And what we also know is stress is now indicative of cancer, blood pressure issues, heart issues. It's going to be one of the biggest killers that we have. Andy says, oh yes, know that one. I'm expected to spend Christmas Day night with my family. I had a breakdown in September and not one of the persons that will be there on the night offered any, and I mean any, support. Half of me just wants to go home, half of me wants to have a couple of flaming sambucas and tell them what I really think of them. And I guess the question is, would either of those help you, Andy? So that's a really good example. Would getting utterly pissed and fucking them off and ruining your family, would that help you? Would that be indicative of a good relationship to move forward if you want it? And you may not. Or do you just sit and grin and bear it? There might be a middle ground, you know, where you think, actually, no, I'm going to pop in, but I'm going to leave again. And we don't always get the support we want from family. We don't always let them support. What's the balance? So I think that's a really good example of what is it that I want. If you just want to go home, go home. Will you still have an okay time? If you don't, what else do you do? That's the important thing. What's best for you as a human being in that moment? Please remember that one person's banter is another person's toxic. Some people say things and we can turn and go, wow. One of my clients said to me yesterday, they were on a course, a first aid course, and they wanted to check something with me as well. And I was just shocked. This person's behavior was, I mean, there was blatant misogyny, anti-fat, anti-red hair, 4 to 5 conversations that were sexually harassing and abusive, and one that was nearly physical. And I said to her, why are you going to go back? And we had such an interesting conversation about, and then it was like all of her trauma stuff that got in the way. And actually she put in a brilliant letter last night, said, send it to me, I'll help you, let's get this sorted. And everyone's listened to her. The Red Cross have listened to her and her work. She's definitely not going back. And they're disgusted by the behaviour. So good. Now that person just, she's chucking out. The Real Brat says, as much as I face conflict, I think I'd go home in that situation, but then again, I would make other plans. This is the problem. This is the thing. I need to make a decision about what is good for me, what the consequences are long-term and short-term. So that goes back to that classic thing around Christmas of pre-morteming. Have a look at every possibility. A lot of us actually do want our family by our side long-term, but at what cost? Is the cost too great? What does it mean? And we do upset family, but also family can be really forgiving when we're the toxic one, when we get things wrong. And not always. And losing a friend, losing a family member, they can be just the same. Losing a partner, they're all just as strong as each other. Jay says, how do you get to such a mindset of making those choices for yourself if you felt anxious around those triggers from family and loved ones, talking from the perspective of someone who has a form of anxiety? So the anxiety is a way to distract you from the decision that you are scared of making. It is better to be anxious than it is to make a decision and live with a consequence. It's not as simple as that. It's way more complex. So anxiety is fear. Anxiety is fear that hasn't been processed in the right way. We need to understand what's happening in the brain. We need to understand the physiological responses of anxiety. And we need to understand that actually it becomes a predictor. So this happens in my past, which means this is going to happen, and we get stuck in this infinity loop that we pull forward with us. And actually our brains have such a triggered response to that, that actually learning to live with that is what's really important, and learning to peel away the onion layers and work out what the fear is, or what the sadness is, or what's really going on underneath. It takes therapy often, it takes a lot of work, it takes difficult work to look at, how do I do what's right for me and appear like a selfish cunt to myself and to others? Now, of course, if we go too far into selfish cuntness, we're going to be very alone. But if we go too far into adoring prickishness, that's not good for us either, is it? It's not good to just do what everyone else wants us to do and be a people pleaser. The same. So what we've got here is a Newton's cradle. It isn't good to bang out one way, it isn't good to bang out another. What we have to learn to do by learning ourselves is go somewhere in the middle. Andy, I'm really torn at the moment, but I really want to call them out to tell them how they've made me feel. And my question and answer to that one, again, which might help Jay and might help other people here, is what do you want from that? What do you think will happen when you do that? And what do you assume that you want? Because expectations are the key here. When we expect a certain answer, so I'm going to tell them, they're going to say, aren't you wonderful? I love you. I'm so glad that you told us we love you. But actually they're not. They might turn and say, don't be such a fucking cunt. They might be, oh God, here we go again. They might be, okay, I really appreciate that. Thanks for sharing. They might be many things. But if in your head you want and expect a certain predictor or answer, I need you to think about that, because what if you don't get that? So when we do that sort of thing, really it's because we want something out of it. If I say X, they'll give me Y. If I do A, they'll give me B. They probably won't. And what if they don't? And that's why we have to think, is this worth even bringing up? What is it worth to me? Is it better doing it after Christmas and I do it in some kind of note or something, or I send a letter or an email, all of those things. The Real Brat says, to Andy, I can understand that, but drink-fueled confrontation will only make matters worse, and I'd address this before the occasion or make other plans. Similar answer. Simply because trying to bring this up on Christmas Day, they won't welcome. And we're going to cover that sort of stuff in a minute. We really are. So you have your gut, you have your opinions, you have these different things that are really important. So toxicity, the basic way to think about it, is out of control. One of you, both of you, or all of you, if you're in a polycule. Abuse is always in control. Knowing exactly what they're doing and how, or a colluding couple doing it as well. It's got intention with it. So toxicity is all about being out of control. There's vitriolic, nasty, acidic, spitfire type arguments and different things. And it's all about disproportionate response. We've all done that though. We've all said, right, that's it, get out, I never want to talk to you again, that's it, it's ended, it's over. And actually we might be wrong. So it's all about, well, rein it in a little bit. But we've all done that sort of stuff. With toxicity, it escalates, it raises, there's fault. Disproportionate responses do happen. You can think, oh, I don't want to sort this out, this is such hard work. Abuse often is more subtle, especially in the beginning. You know, it starts off kindly, gently, cleverly. It's very different. It's much more manipulative and it's much hard and it can be subtle. So, Smez, disproportionate emotional response, as an old boss of mine used to delight in describing interactions. And we all have disproportionate emotional responses at times. All of us, no matter how much training we've had, no matter how emotionally intelligent or how much emotional awareness we've got, there are times when someone does something and you go, fuck off, because you just can't bear it anymore. How many times have you told a dog or a puppy or whatever to, yeah, or a toddler, disproportionate response, just a confused animal or child in front of you? Not necessary. In fact, you're way more likely to be heard if you calm your voice down and say, oh, I'm really struggling with this. What can I do? Oh, Google overhearing my conversations. Yeah, let's not.
Fuck off, Google! I wasn't talking to you!
I was about to say the name, but I've got bloody Alexa. I have many devices in my house, everywhere, shall we say. So you have to be really careful, like, what's okay? When I was training as a therapist, I remember being in a situation, I was working in, CRI, it's called Crime Reduction Intervention. So I think this was about 15 years ago. It's changed names so many times, maybe it's 20 years ago actually. And there was one time where I was lifted up by my throat against the wall by somebody who just clearly wanted to kill me. And I managed to smack the alarm button because you have it in your hands and it's quite around. I didn't find that particularly scary. Crazy, isn't it? I didn't. And I expected something like that to happen actually. But there was another time where I was picking up my bag and I leant down and this man leant forward and he just brushed my face and put my hair behind my ear and said, I wish we could get to know each other better. That freaked me the fuck out more than the first one. So sometimes abuse and toxicity can look very different and feel very different. It's really difficult. I saw a couple who just were very cross with me. He decided that I was a fucking snob and never wanted to see him, but I'd made it very clear about domestic violence and how that works. And I said, is there domestic violence? And he was like, no, there isn't. But he was waking her up at 4 o'clock in the morning to scream at her, and he would often punch the wall by the side of her face. That is domestic violence. No question about it. And then when I said, look, I can't see, just because I told you my fucking job, I suggest you go somewhere and get yourself safe. So we have to be careful. So gaslighting is a deliberate abusive technique. It's very different. Sexual abuse is about power. Financial abuse is about controlling how somebody lives their life. Emotional abuse is designed to reduce somebody, to bring them to something small. A lot of those themes are, I take charge of you, your experience in life, and I can control the way you are. So abuse has a lot more of a running theme for it. What about keeping toxicity from keeping into your own mind? I'm facing spending holidays alone in a motel room without, I'm going to come on to that as well. Promise going to do that. So we're going to cover some of these things. Look, we all disagree on how we fight and what we do. And some families have a shit ton of fighting going on, but that's their glue. I remember seeing a couple years ago, like, fuck me, all they were doing was screaming at each other. And actually, what I realised by working with them is if we take away this screaming, there's not a lot of a relationship to save. So we had to have lots of interesting conversations about, do you want to get rid of the fighting or not? I have quite a soundproof room. I'm quite careful about it. But for the people that were here, they all knew how long his fucking toenails were because I cut her every night. She was screaming at him. God, this was about 15 years ago. Screaming. So I will come on to that one, Lance, I promise. The top arguments that happen in a family situation, so just go with families for a second, and we'll come back to solo as well, Lawrence, I promise, are remote control issues. Who knew? Anyone drinking too much? Now, the real brat mentioned that just before. If we overdrink or take drugs and have a day where we're going to do that, we've got to be really careful because it makes us into a different person once we've had a few drinks. The New York bar rule used to be many, many years ago before we had buy one, get one free or anything else as well. It was simply put up that if you know, a man in his suit in the 60s went in and put his briefcase, was waiting to go back to the little missus at home because, you know, she's getting herself ready to see him because, you know, she's making sure. And she's got the kids bathed and she's putting her lipstick on. Let's really go for a cliche here. He would order one drink. Could I have what would they drink in the 60s? Could I have a whiskey sour? And he would be given a whiskey sour and he would drink it. And he's like, have I got time for a second? And he would say, barkeep, I'll have one more, please. And the barkeep would always put 2 down. Why? Because we know as soon as we drink a third, we're going to drink a fourth and a fifth and a sixth. And they were just single shots in those days. It was very different. So what we know about that manipulation is that once you drink a couple of drinks, you're likely to carry on drinking and it will change how you are. One of the most likely arguments is whoever is the chef, often the mum, statistically, not always, I know. So the chef gets very stressed over doing the Christmas dinner because there's all these expectations around it. It can be that who's going to do the washing up? What time are the presents going to happen? When somebody cheats over a board game or charades or those classic Christmas games, that's going to be another argument. Who's going to take out the recycling? Whether your children or children in the room eat too much shit before Christmas dinner or your partner does. Why are you eating that? You just eat the whole fucking box of celebrations. I've just slaved over a fucking hot turkey and all the trimmings for the last 5 hours. Why are you eating a box of fucking celebrations? Right, so people get really cross at this sort of stuff. They really do. Deciding what movie to watch or whether you're going to watch the Queen's speech or whatever else you do in different countries. Too much use of these motherfuckers. Get off there. Come and join in. Come down. Don't stay in your bedroom. And all the family feuds that we have all resurface because we haven't sorted them. And actually, another argument is the temperature of the house. If the house is too hot or too cold, that makes a difference too. If we haven't got enough space to put people up and we put 2 people up, but not great Auntie Edna and Uncle Albert or whoever they are, I don't know, those arguments as well, they make a difference too. So we've got to be very careful about what we argue about and what that means. So I was talking about expectations before, and Lance hadn't forgotten, you're still coming back to that, and loving the Christmas hat. So what have you got to do? What can help you? Be fucking prepared. If you have somebody who is a cunt warbling twat, it will be the King's speech this year. Thanks for the correction. It's quite sad in a way, it'll be the first time. So yes, it'll be the King's speech this year rather than the Queen's. So you need to rehearse a few ways on how to handle that person or how to handle that moment or what you want to do in that moment. Even if it's along the lines of, thank you, I'm really sorry, I just need to take a minute, or I don't think this is the time or place, or to change the subject to, oh my God, how did you make this? This is gorgeous. Be prepared. Have answers in your head, have options to walk away, have a few ideas. When we're trying to get children in cheerleading to do a skill and they're really scared about it and they're really, really worried about it, loving a dog, cosmopolite. So if we're really scared or worried about it, if we rehearse things and we practice things, visualization is really, really, really strong. Is it? King Charles's 50 kids? I haven't seen one yet. I haven't seen one at all yet. They're changing everything, aren't they? But is it worth it? How long has he got? Is that not regal? Is that very good? Should I not say that? Why don't you put something away? King's Speech, we think of the film. Yeah, you're very right there, CF99. I don't think he'll stutter. He'll just miss his money. So you need to be prepared. Have some ideas in your head of things that you can do. Speak to other people that have got good comebacks. Speak to other people that know a way of doing those things. I think this is also relevant, actually, as well for you, Lance, is that holiday happiness is not an entitlement or a given, neither is togetherness. We seem to have this preconceived notion that happy means being with people, being with family, having this idyllic system that's there. And actually, it's not true. I spend every other Christmas alone. A couple of Christmases ago, just before COVID, I put one of my daughter's best friends in hospital on Christmas Eve. oh God, it was about 3 years ago. And actually, she's been released this year and she's a completely different person. So she was sectioned under the Mental Health Act. Her self-harm and anorexia was so horrific, given a few traumatic events that had happened around her as well. And I decided, because I was alone, that what I would do as soon as she was in, I just went to the hospital. I went to see her. I went to see someone who was worse off in a different situation than me. That can be really rewarding. Volunteering can really help when we're alone. So if you're in a motel and you know roughly where you are, or there is an organisation near you, go and make some food or some soup for the homeless. Go and do something for somebody else. When we do something for somebody else, we feel good, we feel of value. Or just sit there and say, it's just another day. And it's really important to think like that. One thing divorce taught me, ironically, was that my Christmas didn't always fall on Christmas Day. We agreed to have our children every other year to be fair, to be kind to each other. So sometimes my Christmas was on the 27th or the 29th or the 20th. It's a day, but there's a lot of expectations. And actually, do you know what, in the UK for the first time, over 50% of our population are now no longer Christian in the UK. That's an interesting prospect, isn't it? Only around 50%. So what you've got is a mixture of religions and atheists, non-believers, agnostics. Hello, Cinders, welcome. I'm glad you got in eventually. I'm glad it let you sign in. So Christmas, Smez, you're absolutely right, is a state of mind. So it isn't a given, but we do feel it's entitlement. Do you want to go out and feed some homeless? Do you want to go out and help and do something? I wish I could set my barbecue. My turkeys are epic. Well, I wouldn't mind tasting one. That sounds very nice. So how do we do that? You know, how do you do something to give and don't make it about you if you are alone? Of course you can stay at home and be happy. Of course you can. But, you know, even in hospital, what was interesting was when I was sitting there with her, is that everyone, all the volunteers were coming around. Everybody got a present to unwrap. Everybody got a little something. The meals were extra special. They got crackers. It's interesting trying to give her a meal, I tell you, because I said, are you going to eat that? Are we going to? She said, no, they've already put a tube down my nose. Thanks to you. And I went, yep, I know you fucking hate me, but you'll fucking love me in a few years. We'll get there. I don't give a shit. Do you want me to paint your nails? Yes, please, she said. Right, so it's just one of those moments. So actually, we have to be really careful. We have this strange belief, like romance, that the holidays are special, that we're all together, that they're romantic. Oh my God, if you're on dating sites at the moment, you're way more likely to get more interest, actually, because everybody's desperate to find somebody, because you can't do New Year's Eve alone, and you certainly can't. Of course you can, but we have this idea that you can't. So Lance, if you don't want to spend it alone and kind of go with alone is okay, try and volunteer. Even if you're somewhere new, get involved in an organisation, go out and do something, go and help some people. Do something different, and I can't tell you how brilliant it will make you feel. Go and help cook. If you make epic turkeys, go and make some for people that need you to. It's an incredible thing to do. If you've ever worked in a soup kitchen or anywhere else and you look at the gratitude on people's faces, or homelessness, oh, it's a big one. Andy says, well, I wouldn't give to go back to a Christmas in the late 70s or early 80s. We played with our train sets, scale electrics, none of this stuck on phones. But, do you know, that's a misconception. I love the picture of all the men going to work in the 1930s, reading their newspapers, compared to nowadays with everyone on their phone. It's just a different way of doing it. And I do think we can set up rules. What that does for me is it sets up powerlessness. No, get off your fucking phone. We're here. We're together. Proximity is not intimacy, and we mistake that a lot of the time. I don't want proximity, but Christmas, I want intimacy. So we stack our phones at the dinner table, we do all sorts of different things. If you're playing a game, get off your fucking hunting phone. I was out for breakfast the other day. It was my daughter's birthday, and Andy, my daughter's partner, decided to upload, I think, about 30 ridiculous photographs of him putting the most ridiculous faces. I don't mind him doing that, the same as he couldn't mind me then putting them all on Facebook and tagging him in every single one. If you're going, let's play games, or not, let's make those choices. So Christmas, yeah, is a state of mind. A few years ago, I helped out a charity event where we had people around to a pub who were going to be on their own. I sang Christmas songs and we all helped out during the day, and I must admit it's one of the best Christmas days ever. Totally agree with you. They're wonderful things to do. So I honestly would say to you, Lance, if you can't deal with alone and see it as it's just another day, I mean, how many Jewish people or Muslim people or any other religion that you can think of, agnostics, whoever, it doesn't matter, actually offer to work on Christmas Day? Because it doesn't mean anything. Christmas is just another day. My days are different days of the years to yours. Christmas is just a day. And a lot of people work on Christmas Day as well. CF99, using alone is different, assuming so as it comes with different baggage. Yes, it's not different, it just comes with different baggage and expectations. I really, really agree with you on that one, CF99. It's just different. Jerry says, I'm volunteering for the real junk food at the Fitz Hub in Brighton. It's great. I love that. Brilliant. I think that's wonderful, and I do think it's a useful thing to do. Harry says it's wonderful. Smez, I had a Welsh and Stray Christmas one year and invited all my friends who had nowhere else to go or didn't want to be with biological family. It was really lovely, and I still get asked if I'm going to do it again. Life change and the option to do it hasn't been presented itself again. Exactly. So health issues keep me from going out for more than short bits of time, but I can fake something. Or you can offer something online. If you can't go out, can you do a get together with a group of people on Zoom? Can you do something that's online that says, hey, this is for all the wastes and strays. Let's all get our dinner together at the same time, or I'll get mine delivered if I'm in a motel, and let's have a conversation and let's all eat together. We're just doing it online. There are many other options that don't just have to be limited to that. Can you volunteer by doing some kind of workshop for some people? I don't know what skills you have. Maybe you can sing, maybe you can't. Maybe you can host a bingo game. Maybe you can do a quiz online for people. You can get quizzes online that are completely free. What else can you do? So it's all about how you think outside the box. And that's what you started thinking, which is wonderful. We can do that online. But happiness is not a given. So we need to, and also I think, a little bit like relationships, a lot of people see a couple or a throuple or a group as a goal. And the single person is at the bottom, the couple, throuple, whatever it is we're after, is at the top of the stairs. Well, that's a crock of cuntish wrongness, isn't it? Actually, the single person is in the middle. They might be way happier than this couple or throuple or polycule that are always fucking arguing and about to murder each other and put someone under the patio, whereas this group of people might be really happy. All of that is full of assumption. Those assumptions aren't good for us because they hurt us, because we say, oh, everybody's much happier. Actually, you're probably avoiding a shit game of Monopoly with really bad chocolate half the time. Who knows? So, again, it's how we see things and what we do. Sticking to routine is really important. So, for example, if you go and stay at someone else's house or somebody's staying with you, try and bring some of your routine in with that. If you go off and disappear and read a book, just make it clear to people. I just need to take 5 minutes out, I'm going to do that. Oh, great. So could we do that instead? Could we plan those things then? Yep, I'll heal all the stuff the night before. I'll do all these things. And then I'm just going to go out for my jog in the morning. Thanks. Perfect. It's all about planning and negotiation. So if fitness and stuff really matters to you, you always go for a jog or you do yoga. But at the same time, you're being really clever and say, hey, I'm going to peel all this stuff, or I'm going to help do this, and then I'm going to do my yoga for an hour. It's all about that negotiation, but it's also about keeping some of your routine in there for you, because that's what's really good for you. If you need to get away, do things like plan a walk, get out, do something, have some time to yourself if you can. Taking things personally is one of the next things, which is really complex. Sometimes families have survival, coping mechanisms, ways of doing things. So understanding that sometimes when your child acts out or when somebody does something, it's actually their survival mechanism. Maybe we can increase our empathy and understanding. I knew they were going to do that. I know why they do it. I know it's because of their insecurity. Me, for example, because I can really talk about that one easily. That's an easy one for me to talk about. I can get quite overwhelmed by a lot of people being around, and I have 4 daughters and they have partners and other people. I love cooking. I love having a designated job. So why do I do workshops at things like LAM? It gives me a sense of purpose. I probably wouldn't go to LAM unless I had a sense of purpose. I would find it really hard to go in. My anxiety would go up slightly. My ADHD would go through the roof. I would start to stim and worry. Whereas if I have a sense of purpose, I feel like I belong somewhere. So sometimes in the middle of Christmas Day, what I will do, and Andy said to me the other day, you're not going to clear up all the time, are you? Like, yes, my coping mechanism, of course I'm going to fucking clear up. And I've made that really clear, it's my coping mechanism. I really need to be in the eye of the storm. And sometimes I've got these loud, bright, intelligent, incredible human beings around me, all of whom want to be heard and talk. And sometimes I'm like, oh my God, it's like a fucking tornado. We just have to learn how to come into the middle and find that eye of the storm. How do we do that for ourselves? And actually, it helps me. So if we don't expect someone to be different or improved, that can be really empowering and help us manage Christmas or any other holiday really differently. I knew they were going to be a cunt. They are being a cunt. Hey, look at me, I was right. That can be quite a nice feeling. I didn't expect any different. However, when we go into our families, we somehow expect this new form of enlightenment that they've gone through. From where? Are they in therapy? Have they done something completely different? Have they had a life-altering experience that shocked them into something else? No. So why expect them to be any different just because it's Christmas? Again, that goes back to that day. Just because it's a holiday, just because it's this, why did you expect any different? Getting time to yourself is really important, like a book, like an exercise class, like a walk. If your family has pets or dogs and you really just want to take the dog out for a walk, fucking take the cat out for a walk. Don't, because they run away and it causes terrible issues. But I mean, I don't know, take the slow one. I don't care, it doesn't matter. Find a reason to get out for 10 minutes. I need a breath of fresh air. I've been in all day. It's really getting to me. So, also, your best friends are noise cancelling headphones sometimes. Shove them in. Be quiet. Use different things. Use technology to your advantage because you've got someone showing a TikTok, someone showing a Snapchat, somebody showing a video on YouTube, and then someone saying, what should I play? Oh, God. Noise cancelling headphones can be really helpful. And they don't have to be the huge ones. So you're being antisocial. You can just tuck them in your ear. Picturing a hamster on a leash. Yeah, exactly. You're coming out whether you like it or not. He died last week. I don't care. Right? Like there's 4 hamsters being dragged. Find the things that you can do that you can switch off with. Yeah, or earplugs, anything. Line. Any tips on how to tackle the third wheel paradox in Christmas parties? I'm single with no close family, and I know that friends, couples are eager to invite me to Christmas dinner and stuff. I really want to say no thanks because it makes me feel small and feel they do it out of pity. I never feel included in those situations. By the way, I'm perfectly fine with being alone. So line, be alone. If you really mean that you are fine, just turn around and say, thank you, I can't tell you what your invite means to me, and actually I'm planning something special for myself. You don't have to give a reason, you don't have to give an excuse, but if you don't want to go, don't go. Why do we comply to these social norms? Do I think people invite you out of sympathy? Probably not out of pity. Oh God, actually that's not true. I've certainly invited a few people in my time.
You have.
Oh, I pick up waifs and strays because I always think it's a lovely thing to do, but they're not friends always. They're acquaintances and people I know. And especially when you invite kinky people over and then you start playing some games and somebody talks about something they did last night and the inference is it was something in your mouth and she says, come on, gag. You know you're playing the wrong sort of game with your family around. Right, so pick the right sort of people in the right sort of circumstances. So, line, if you really don't want to go, just don't go. If you want to lie, lie. I've been invited to so-and-so's house. It's something we've already done. We're doing a waifs and strays dinner. Lie. You don't have to tell the truth all the time. You don't owe anyone an explanation or a reasoning. If you genuinely mean you don't want to go, please don't go. If you're going to go there, how do you make a different decision to say, no, I am included and it is okay? However, we can feel excluded. I'm a single person. When you go out with a load of couples and you watch them all together canoodling and kissing and cuddling or you've got a three-way over there. And it's the same for people who are mistresses or what's the male equivalent of a mistress? Or a what, sorry?
Master.
No, not the kinky sort, the affair sort.
On the side.
A bit on the side. That is probably one of the loneliest people at Christmas. So people who have a full-on love affair with somebody and they're not allowed anywhere near the family. Open relationships, aside piece, yeah. Open relationships are slightly different, aren't they? Because we know about the other person, but maybe families don't. And it's really difficult, that inclusion and that angle. So it's, how do you make that person feel wanted? And I'm going to come on to those bits in a minute. I'm hosting Christmas this year for a few reasons. I'm losing weight. I want to know what's in front of food and manage my portions. I want to keep busy because Christmas is hard for me and I like having purpose. So do I. I totally understand that. But I'm still nervous. Me and my mum get along better now, but my brother worries me, so I want to kind of be in control at Christmas. And have your boundaries. This is the other thing. How do you remain an adult? How do you not get pulled into a childlike position, like Lime was saying, where you feel like you're left out? That's a feeling, isn't it? It's a feeling that's very childlike of, it's not fair, I'm alone, it's not nice, and it's a fucking horrible feeling. It's not a pleasant feeling. How do we manage those feelings? How do we self-soothe? What makes us feel better? That's a real thing to think about as well. What will help me? How do I stay in an adult place? How will I not be a child with my parent or a sibling with my brother? How do I remain the adult that I am? This is my home. I'm hosting. I'm doing these things. I can choose. Cinder says at Line, I'm single for Christmas too. I will be redecorating my art studio this month rather than playing nice. Never be afraid to do what is best for you. There are also lots of other options here in Derbyshire. Boxing Day walks and hikes are the norm for everyone to join in. Maybe there are events near you too. Yeah, and actually, but what Line said so clearly in their paragraph was, I'm fine alone. So that's why I picked up on that. If you mean that, be alone. Be happy being alone. It's a great, I go to the cinema alone, I go places alone, I go on holidays alone, and I love doing it. I wonder whether I'm too alone though. If you go to the cinema or something, I've got this big sofa to myself because I belong to a certain cinema, and I love it. But if someone's going to come over and take half the space, I might be like, "Can you move, please? I'm just about to have my chips as I'm watching the film." I don't know how I'm going to be. It's quite, is that a possibility? Yeah, of course it is. It does make a difference, but it is about how you remain an adult and how you remain in a neutral place as much as you can. It really is important to say no and to hold boundaries. It's so stressful. It's okay to say no. The person will get over it. And I also mentioned taking things really personally. When you can stand back a little bit and just take a watch at what people are doing, understand it's their shit. One of the best things I've ever learned is, wow, that's a you problem. It's not a me problem. That's about you. It's not about me. It's not personal. So how do we take that one on board and understand that it isn't? How do we develop compassion and understand that people are really difficult sometimes, that we have to do that? So you can set boundaries. Boundaries are really important. You can say no, you can do things. Gosh, there are many reasons, aren't there? At the end of COVID, my mum was diagnosed with, in the middle of COVID, my mum's diagnosed with cancer, and we didn't have a normal Christmas. And then as soon as we didn't have a normal Christmas. Christmas is really important to my family, about eating and being together. As soon as she was diagnosed terminally, I turned around and said, fuck this, Mum, you're coming out, we're having Christmas. And not only that, we're going to do Erin's graduation ceremony at the same time. So we had a graduating ceremony Christmas. And because we did all those things, because my mum wasn't going to see them again. However, each of my kids have the right to say no. Even if somebody's terminally ill, you can still say no. You are allowed to say no. Social conventions, social niceties, no one says don't do that. It's quite a big thing to realise. You can say, I don't want to do that. I don't want to pretend to be this family for Christmas. I don't want to pretend that everything's okay or bad or whatever it is. I don't want to, and that's all right. And are you okay with the implications of that, what that means for your family and what that means moving forward? Because that's something you have to think about. So thank you. Have to go at 1 p.m. No worries, Mom. I'm glad, Lime. I'm really glad. You have a right to say no. And you know what? Whatever happens around that no, as you watch a storm happen, they'll all fucking calm down. That's what people do. They will recover, they will change. So that's important too. Be very careful of in toxic families where you get the little Red Riding Hood who is really the wolf. So, or that wolf in sheep's clothing, however you want to sort of describe them as well. Because, somebody looks like they're changed, somebody looks like they're giving something back and they're really different and they're not. Make sure you are guarded and protected. Don't overgive, don't overgush, just be careful. If you have somebody in your life that's died and you're about to do a holiday, think about the inclusivity of them. If you miss them, have a photograph, set a place for them. Make one of their favourite things that they love to eat, toast to them. Make one of their favourite drinks, celebrate and include. And actually, sometimes what you might find is if that family member was abusive, let's say, to some of you and the other people didn't know, you might not want to do any of that. So you need to watch that as well. Who are you around? How are they celebrating? What does it mean? And it's all about getting the support that we need. But again, expectations need looking at. Will Bratt says, yeah, my mum would let my brother go on about things till it annoys her, but I think his views are very incel-like, and I don't want him trying to push views further that women are bad. He directs that at me. At mum's, I get the brunt of it. I'd easily kick his ass out, whereas at mum's, I'd have to leave because he lives there. Yeah, I totally get that. It's a better power, isn't it? And we can give people warnings. This isn't the time for that. I really don't want to hear that in my own home at Christmas. Please stop. And I don't want to have to say this 3 times. If I do, I'm going to ask you to leave. You give the person a choice. People think boundaries and rules and guidelines are an interesting blend, and people get this really wrong. Boundaries are about us keeping ourselves safe. And I don't want to hear misogyny or hatred or racism or anything else as well. Stop. It's okay to say stop. It's really important. Don't forget that it's also a time, so Lance, for you in this situation as well, especially if you're by yourself, create a different form of memory. Whether you end up playing a game online or hosting a quiz or do something, each opportunity like that is this wonderful new opportunity for a different memory in a different way. And we tend to overlap memories with new memories. So actually, the more we can do that, the better off we become. Clearly, if we have a trauma and a trigger point, still, if we create enough good memories, actually, that can be really good for us as well, and it can really help. Maybe you weren't allowed to play. Maybe you weren't allowed to eat something on Christmas Day. Maybe, Hanukkah, you have to eat certain foods sometimes at certain times, or you might have to fast if we're talking about Easter. Maybe for the whole of Easter, you should eat chocolate every day because you weren't allowed to as a kid. And they should be ever increasing. You should make your own Advent Easter calendar that's always got a big piece of chocolate to the end. And then when Easter actually days, actually, you're going to eat chocolate today. Because it's all about don't have those things or don't do those or, suppress or change. Just create new memories. I had a client whose dad died on Christmas Day, and it was always very austere for her. He dropped dead out of nowhere. This was many years ago. Gosh, she hadn't even cried for 16 years about it. It was absolutely horrific. And they would all go to the grave Christmas morning, all beautifully dressed, and do all these things. And I said to her, is that what you want to do? And she said, no, my dad loved a cup of tea. Now, I was busy having a clear out. I'm going to read that in a minute. I was busy having a clear out. I had a flask and some old mugs. And I said, I've got a flask out there. I've got some mugs. She said, what would you want to go in? She went, I just want to turn up in my pajamas and my wellies. I went, okay, so this Christmas, how about you make a flask of tea, you take a big mug, you go and sit with your dad first thing in the morning in your gym jams, maybe with an umbrella or a big, thick, heavy blanket so you don't get a soaking wet arse. Have a cup of tea with him, toast, pour, think about it, tip it up, leave the mug there, do whatever you want to do, and then go. And you know what? It changed her life because she did what she wanted to do and created a new and different memory with her dad. Little things like that can make a really big, big difference. Lance says, Christmas was 2 weeks ago, according to my chocolate advent. Did my backup. Awful, yeah. I have a shortbread biscuit calendar this month. That's what I fancied. I need one of your advent calendars, says Cinders, and CF99 says, how surprisingly, Christmas is in 4 weeks according to my gym calendar. But hopefully you don't catch up all on Christmas Day. So watch our kind of things. But maybe you were never allowed to have a really bad jumper and you should do, or maybe you was made to dress up and you need to do the opposite. Maybe you need to eat different foods. I mean, the amount of Jewish people who go to and have sort of like Asian food on Christmas Day. I had a group of cheerleaders stay with me the other week, and these are huge champion cheerleaders, on a really famous program on Netflix and all this stuff. And it was Thanksgiving, and they came home late, and I said, how will we celebrate? And we decided to have a Jewish Christmas in an English house on an American Thanksgiving, so we had Chinese takeaway. And that's what we did. And we had this really interesting hodgepodge of a celebration. And it was great because it was a totally new memory. And those things are really important for us to make. Smez, I bought a nice advent calendar and I've held off opening it so I can open it all at once on Christmas. And that's the other thing. Open your presents when you want if you're by yourself. Buy yourself some fucking presents. Lance, if you're by yourself, order something in. Get it gift wrapped. Do something for you that you really want. And of course, if you haven't got a lot of money, wrap something up that you really love maybe. Or do something a lot smaller that's of value to you. One of my friends has no money at all, and every time it's my birthday, she tends to buy me a bottle of Coke in a glass and a sherbet dip down, because she knows that they're two of my favourite things. It's hardly any money. It's a couple of quid. It's like $3.50. But she knows it's what I love, and it's so lovely of her to do it. I love it. One of my daughters didn't have a lot of money for one of my exes many, many years ago for his birthday. I'm not going to tell you his age. The number was related to it. He was a lot younger than I was. But what she did is she bought him his birthday number in Angel Delight packets, like a blancmange type thing. And he had to open however many packets of Angel Delight. Didn't cost a lot. He loved it. It was really cool. There weren't that many packets. He was so young. Let's not pay him. So creating new memories is really important. And what's really important as well is when people are depressed, what I talk about is taking much, 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 much smaller steps. So when you can't get out of bed, don't go, fucking hell, I've got to go to work. It's too big. Can I sit up? Yeah, I can sit up. Yay, I sat up. Better me. Well done, me. That's better for me as a human being. Can I just swipe my legs around and just put them on the floor? I can always go back to bed. What can I do? Really important. Celebrate tiny, tiny, tiny steps. Everything you do well. Celebrate the feathers in your life rather than the bricks, because I've written a bricks and feathers hack about life. They are huge steps when we can make them and do them. I've made it to this house even is a huge thing. I've done this, I've turned up, I've got myself dressed. And don't forget to celebrate the most basic things that you're managing. I had a shower this morning. Wonderful. That's amazing. And Cara said that sounds like a wonderful celebration. It was so lovely. It was bad. As Andy says, above all, everyone, be kind to yourself. Now, if you're struggling, so like mine said about how do I say these things? What advice would you give a best friend? What advice would you give somebody who's like 13, 14? What advice would you give them to help them stand up for themselves, to enable them, to be kind, to be compassionate? How do you do those things? Rather than saying just got to take whatever. You wouldn't say that to them. You would listen and you would have compassion. So it's about how you echo that into your own voice and your own way of being as well. Sharpening candy cane by sucking on it. It's a Christmas family gathering. Yeah, you can do that. I mean, I'm sure I can think of some weird perverted thing to do with those really sharp candy canes after a while as well, but sugar isn't always good in a wound. But, you know, that's a possibility. I'd be really
Oh, I'm sure you can't.
If you're by yourself and you happen to like some kind of sound in the end of your penis, don't put a sugar cane in there. Sugar will definitely cause you issues, okay? Don't do that. But so there are lots of red. There are lots of things that we can do that we can have fun with and enjoy in our own way. Soon as I second that, I buy myself birthday gifts through the years. I hijack the dates for my mother's dearest birthday, etc., and days to look after myself. You are recreating memories and you are doing something lovely for yourself. Exactly that. The Real Brat says, I buy myself birthday gifts, haven't got myself a Christmas gift yet. I have no clue what I want. Well, you're a difficult person. Where's your list? You'll be, you know, I wanted my list by bloody Black Friday recently. I want it. Otherwise, I'm going to get, I want to save that money, you know. I made Christmas gifts this year. Yes, and you know what? I'm still going to say thank you. You sent me something beautiful and I'm so appreciative. And I love the fact that you made it. It means so much more. One of the young girls that I see, she was saying, I haven't really got any money. And I showed her a book that my daughter made me for Mother's Day quite a few years ago. So this is a thank you book. And just from a book. So what she's done in this book, so she's put Happy Mother's Day and there's a card there. And then through it, she said, here's a photograph. Thank you for letting me make ridiculous choices around my clothing. Here's something for you to colour in. She's done things like, she's put loads and loads of pictures. Read this letter when you're feeling sad. And seriously, if you open this up, when I say a letter, and I've kept it so I don't want to ruin it, like it's a proper letter. Read this when you're feeling sad. Phone me, do those things. I can't tell you. And I was saying to this girl, why can't you make things like that? Or why can't we? There's all these photographs with all these bits in. Read this when you've had an argument with somebody. Colour me in. Like, you know, she's drawn all these things herself. Or we can do things like things I love about you. Just a list of things. You can make a little poster like that so easily. You can make it about yourself. Things I love about me. Just your laugh, your sense of humour, how supportive you are, your individuality, your hugs. It's so lovely to get something like that. And it's so lovely to do something like that for yourself as well. We don't have to do expensive things. We can do things that show care. We really can, especially if we know someone. So again, it doesn't have to be about money. How do you bring that down to change those things? How do we enjoy the holidays? Even when we've got toxic relatives, it's hard, isn't it? It's really difficult. So again, expectations are your enemy here. How do you set realistic expectations around these people? Look, I watch, pretend you haven't heard this, and people do know this about me because I've written it online a lot. I watch before Christmas and running up to Christmas every B movie about Christmas that there is. You know, the sort of B movie where people fall in love within 3 seconds of seeing each other, and they're going to stay together and going to be happy forever, and they're perfectly well suited, and all their values and all their families work out perfectly, even if he's a fucking European prince who's got an English accent. They're always like that, aren't they? That's what I do. I love these romantic, ridiculous ideals, but I don't turn them in on myself. That's my life. It's my life. It's not really that. So how do we find that balance? Know your own limits about what you want to accept that's toxic and boundaries around you. That's enough now in my head. So what is it I need to do? What was the plan? How do I walk away? What do I do? What topics am I willing to discuss? What subjects am I willing to cover or have them covered around me? How do you, so there's a big campaign at the moment about the 4Ds for women, about wolf whistling in streets and bits and pieces. Learning to deflect and diffuse are really good skills to learn. You know, you also get, I get this as a person, I certainly did when I was younger. If you're a single person at Christmas, well, when are you going to meet someone? When are you going to have children? When are you going to settle down? Oh, it's your turn next at every fucking wedding. You'll be the first to know. Or I'll let you know. Or I was wondering if you were single, actually. We need to learn to deflect and diffuse, not just to get angry with people when they ask us utterly inappropriate questions. Dawning time over it. I watched a Christmas movie, it was called The Christmas Wife. Weird. No, it was beautiful. And it was full of hope and love, and I'm sure it was fucking perfect. Was it the one where they went up into the mountains? And he hired her. This is really sad if I actually know that one. There's a bit, anyway. Please don't say yes, because I don't know what. Oh my God. I don't know what I've even proven about myself there. So on that one, he goes to an agency and he hires a wife for Christmas, and the wife of the guy who runs it has to take it out. And she goes with him, and they spend Christmas on the lake. Anyway, I can't believe I even know which movie that is. Christmas movie, me, the rest. Maybe that's why I don't know that one. I have to look that one up now. Right. So learn to deflect and diffuse. Oh, I have a lovely friend to introduce you to. My answer, that's nice, but they have to be kinky. Yeah, exactly. Do something. I mean, maybe don't say that to your grandmother who's 88 and might have a heart attack. Or maybe do, because you never know. She takes those teeth out for something, I tell you. So we don't know what people are into and why we assume. I have to look that one up. So proactively think of things that you want to avoid. Proactively think. We are both sad. I am so sad. I watch those films all the time. Anyway, so it's really important that we learn how to deflect and diffuse. These are really important words. Avoid political conversations. Avoid family politics. Avoid culture. Avoid certain topics. Get up and go and check the fucking turkey, even if you're not the one cooking. Or say, go into the kitchen and say, can I help? Find a job. Find a purpose in that moment so that you can deflect. Please, if you are going to struggle around this time, do not take drugs or drink too much alcohol. All they do is increase the negativity of how you are feeling. learning to ride that emotional wave is really difficult. I know it is, and it's not easy. How do you let things go through? How do you let things wash over? Especially if somebody is really not well or has a very severe personality disorder. How do you understand that that's a them problem and it isn't personal? Eleanor Roosevelt once said, "No one can make you feel inferior without your consent." Well, if you're a kinkster, we're all about consent, aren't we? So why are we consenting to that? I always talk about life's coffee table. And I talk about if I went into where I live in Lancing and I said, "Oi, fatty," really loudly, right? I would hope that most people would turn and go, "Fuck me, she's rude. That's not okay." I would hope that. However, I know what will actually happen is a percentage of thin and larger people will turn around and say, "I wonder who she's talking about. She's rude." And a percentage of fat, larger people and thin, skinny people will turn and go, "Oh my God, she means me." It has nothing to do with their size. It has to do with their perception of themselves. So we buy into these things. Everyone should get this reference, "You'll shoot your eye out." Now, I think I know what that means. It's a hard limit for me, but, I'm not sure. Definite hard limit. Nowhere near my eyes. So we have to think about what do we pick up from life's coffee table, and as dialectical behavioral therapy talks about, how do we develop a Teflon mind for something to go through us? Wow, that's a you problem. It's not a me problem. I'm not saying that's easy. That takes a lot of work. I'm on antibiotics for a tooth, so I'm not allowed to drink over my son's birthday. I don't want to find out the consequences. If they do, I really hammer it home not to drink on them. But we'll be okay for Christmas, which I do better with. Yeah, and that's hard, isn't it? So again, son's birthday. How do you celebrate still? How do you get a card, even if you just write it to you? How do you get a small birthday cake and say, "Hey"? How do we, especially if we're not seeing our children, get an email address for them that isn't real, right? It's not their email address, but we make one for them. And we write to them once a week. And if ever they come finding us, we say, "I've got something for you. This is a login to your email address. This is my life I've written to you. I've written to you for the last 20 years. I've written to you for the last 16. All of those things can make a real difference. They find ways that help you to engage rather than disengage and find pain. And then we have to learn to ride through the pain, which is really hard. Shoot your eye out. Sorry, no idea. I think everyone knows I'm quite rude and quite graphic. Maybe. I think it's got to do with spunk in your eye. That's what I think. And I could be really wrong. I usually go out for a day and do something fun, keep myself distracted. I have a telephone appointment in the middle of the day, no plans as yet. Do the same in Feb for my other son too. So maybe start to celebrate. Maybe get an email address for both of them. Maybe start to write to them. You never know when they might come and find you, sweetheart. You never know. It's a beautiful thing to do when you say, "Look, I haven't been allowed to contact you. I haven't been allowed to be in contact with you. Here are 5 billion emails that I've written you over the years," once they do, or sharing. So again, go back to that principle. Do try and limit your consumption. I'm on antibiotics is a great fucking excuse. If you cannot refuse a drink, just say, "I'm really sorry, I've got an infection, I'm on antibiotics." It's really easy. I mean, Jesus, if you've got a doctor in the house, they might actually say, "Yeah, but which ones?" You need to know which ones and why. And there are different ones, but not everybody wants to maybe admit that they've got bacterial vaginismus or bacterial vaginosis or something, because that's one of the main antibiotic causes. So you've got to think of the good reasons. How do you let these things go? How do you look after yourself even more? How do you get sleep before the day? How do you sleep through half the day? How do you make sure that you're not overeating, over-consuming? On average, we have around 5,000 calories a day on Christmas Day, which is way more than anyone else. Turkey, if you have turkey, it is metronidazole. That's exactly what it is. So if you have turkey, turkey is very high in tryptophans, which are precursors for serotonin things. It's why we fall asleep, a lot of us, after Christmas if you eat turkey. It's not only the amount of food, it's the amount of tryptophans that you have, which is also really high in turkey. Do you want to fall asleep? Is it safe for you to fall asleep? Do you need to consume less? You can always go back and pray later. Is that somebody? I thought I
Yeah, I'll find out who it is and you can.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. So increase your self-care. It's a classic, isn't it? It really is. If you give too much, you've got to remember that you have to eat 15 turkeys. Well, it's still an increase with everything else as well. It's enough to make a little bit of a difference. It really is. So how do we make sure that we maybe bring down what we eat, but then we eat a little bit more later if we're still hungry? All sorts of different things that can help us. If you're really struggling, create a new tradition for yourself. And Lance, you could do this for yourself as well. Create a new tradition if you're by yourself of how you want to be. Maybe the way you get up, maybe the first thing you do, and all sorts of different things. Create some new traditions, some new things. Say, no, this is the way I'm going to do it. I want to do it this way. A couple of years ago, I was at Lamb and Cosmic was body wrapping somebody with pallet wrap. I had this idea for a game for my family. It's not related, I promise. Even though my family know. And I said to him, what are you doing with that pallet wrap? Can I have it? And he went, yeah. And we designed this game, which, by the way, cost me a lot of money now. It's this weird parcel with pallet wrap with presents and prizes, but also forfeits and different things in each one. And my prizes have got bigger and bigger each year, and I have to make it equal. And I have to say with that forfeit, give away, make sure everyone's got one of those financial things or what. Honestly, it's about, and this ball is fucking massive. It's like a couple of foot. It's crazy. What's this? And then you get 60 seconds to try and unravel as much as you can, and you can't break it and you can't do things, and you've got oven gloves on, so you can't get it to pick it. Honestly, it's such a good game, and you end up with a lot more presents. New traditions.
I'm trying to think the opposite. I want one where you pass the person around and you tie them up for each time.
Exactly. I mean, you know, I'm sure you can hire someone. Like that, you know. I know.
Well, hire someone, have they?
That's it. But if we haven't got someone, could we help someone for the day? Could we do that sort of stuff? Like, we could. And I unwrap them for Christmas. Maybe they've got 5,000 layers on, and whoever gets the end layer gets something. I don't know what that something is. Noodles, I'm doing very subtle. I'm doing chicken. I'm not a full chicken thighs, pork and apple stuffing from Asda, but that sounds fucking nice. That's the other thing. Reduce the amount of work that you need to do. I have started traditions where I make my own pigs in blankets, and now my kids also want, because they are meat eaters, not all of them, I've got vegetarians as well. I've got a real mixture of people. I have to cook different things for different people. Pescatarian, vegetarian, and fucking omnivores. Nightmare. So how do we get to do less? So like, for example, this year, I've given away my very fancy dining set to somebody I love dearly, and they are going to make the most of it and keep it. And they sort of said, oh, we'll give it back one day. What if we break something? I don't care. And this is a dining set I bought with my grandmother's money that she left me when she died. I don't want the dining set anymore because I don't want to have to wash it up anymore. I just want to use my normal pets because it has to be hand washed. Bought me own fancy dawning, actually it's called. So it's a dawn set. And I'm like, I don't want to do it anymore. It's too much extra work. Reduce the work. My kids also love, you have to do cheese wrapped in bacon, and we make it all ourselves. And it's like, so much work. I also make a full set of steamed vegetables, a full set of roast vegetables, because I have to make separate roast potatoes, some with meat, some without meat. I have to make fish for my dad. I don't have to, I choose to. And that's the other thing, own your choices. It really empowers you to say, can't believe I've got to make fucking fish for my dad and separate roast potatoes for my fucking daughter and her partner. That doesn't help you. Whereas if you go with, no, I'm choosing to do this because I want them to have a nice time. If you are doing the first, the former, rather than the latter, choose not to. Own your choices. It makes a huge difference as well. Lance says, there are some rotten children here. Perhaps I should dress up as Krampus. Yeah, or something really vicious and scare the shit out of them. Don't do that. I didn't advocate that at all. Andy says, I literally have a banana for breakfast, Christmas lunch, and that's it, or maybe a G&T or two and a flaming sambuca. But all of a sudden, with your G&T or two and your flaming sambuca, you are hitting 5 units of alcohol minimum, and that is already quite high. And you are much more likely to do different things, even though we might say, no, I've got tolerance. Real Brat wants to play your game. Charlotte, I'm doing this by telling people they can eat whatever they want and leave what they don't, or not come at all. I agree. We put all this food out, don't we? And so much of it goes to waste. It's not okay. I thought of this, some of the foil roasting tin things which only have glass dishes which take up loads of room. Yeah, I've got the foil. That's what I do, so I don't have to worry about it. I fold it all up, wash it out, and then put it in the bin. Actually, if you wash it out enough and there's no oil on it, you can even put it in the recycling. So actually, it's a good thing as long as you get all the fat off. If you have fat on it, you can't put it in the UK in the recycling. So you can do that. It's a really good idea. Simple things that will help you do things slightly differently really makes a difference. It does. It does. How do you avoid arguments? Well, that's an interesting one, isn't it? I think that's quite hard. If you're quite clever, think about where people are sitting. Think about who's next to who if you have a load of people. If you're by yourself, stay offline. Don't get involved in a petty argument or a fight. It's not worth it. Drink less was definitely one of them if we're going to share arguments in our very discombobulated, dysfunctional way. I love a mulled wine. Poppy was down for the weekend and she came to Lamb. We both had a large mulled wine at the Christmas market in Brighton. By the time we'd finished our mulled wine and I walked into Sass and Bell because I wanted a pair of socks and a large vase from there, bear in mind that's my unit for about
a year.
See, people know me. I don't drink really. I don't have a problem with drink. I just don't drink very much. And we were both more than merry. I had to have quite a long conversation with a guy in this shop saying, could you please wrap that really well? I've got this sneaking suspicion I won't be able to carry it and I might drop it. I was pissed. I was not pissed, but I was definitely, I only had a glass of mulled wine. I don't think they'd cooked all the alcohol by far. I was like, fuck. And then we went to Donatello's and I ate enough food for 3 people. I figured that sorted it. It helped. So it's different. Stay at home, yeah, that's one of the options. It is an option. Why don't we take it? Get a fucking takeaway. Do something different. You don't have to do any of these things. Share the cooking. I am somebody who cooks everything for everybody. My kids are really good at prepping and preparing and doing different things. Just do that. I will take on the task of drinking your share, Deb. So the nice kids, I'm taking one for the tea. Get in, thanks. Kind of. Don't drink for everybody. Jerry's going to help you as well. So share the cooking, share the jobs. So my kids will be here the night before. I'm making a Coca-Cola. Oh God, why can't
Coca-Cola what?
I know, it's terrible, isn't it? A smoked salmon. I'm making a Coca-Cola smoked salmon with honey. So it's very sugary and sweet and sticky. And I'll slice that with a load of fresh salad the night before, so it's not too heavy. So we've got really nice salad for those who don't want meat, and then I've got meat for those that do. But I know that what my daughter and her partner will do, because he's also a chef at Quo Vadis in Soho, really handy to have around. You know, we'll do a shit ton of peeling and prepping the night before, so everything will be ready to go. It just makes life so much easier. I use sharing this recipe. It's really not hard. It's like using Coke instead of honey. It's really not hard, but it's very nice and very sticky. Look, I think one of the things that will
So you think they're very nice and very sticky, they're not?
I wouldn't know. I'm an estrogen inhibitor's me. No snail trail. No, that's not true, and that's too personal and too graphic. Poor Honey's face has just gone, oh, I can't believe you. If you don't believe I said that, you don't know me. No, and you do know me because you're here often. So, so I think it's really important to try and set budgets around costs and different things. 2 of my kids are in such a dilemma at the moment because they have no money. And when they have no money, the problem is they're also doing a Secret Santa with their other sisters. Now, 2 of their sisters earn a lot of money. 2 of the younger sisters, one's a student, one's just started work. Their half-sister from their dad and their stepmom doesn't have any money because she's a student, but she has a shit ton of money because he earns £1 million a year. So no one set budget. It's made it really difficult and none of them can really talk about it because it's being done at theirs. It's not fair. Set budgets. Just do this. Keep it under £30. Keep it under £20. Make something. What time should we arrive for dinner? We should do that one night, shouldn't we? We can have a live workshop and I'll just make dinner for everybody. You up for that? You just pop over anytime you like. When you don't like something, should we pretend? Yes, be grateful for your gift. If you get a fucking Star Wars toy and really you're a Star Trek fan, just say thank you. Like, we don't have to be a cunt over it. We can always take it back and we can always do something. It's not a bad thing. There's nothing wrong with having a nap, being kind, being pleasant, all of those things. How do we let some things go? If you are somebody who is a little bit obsessed with winning, don't play a game. Or play a game and think it's okay to lose or teach people to lose. We've got to be really careful. My ex-husband's dad would play games to such an nth degree. There was one point when we were playing hide and seek, and we had this big old house. It was like a 2-story as you came into this house. It was a very beautiful old house. But there was a cupboard at the top that had a big water tank in it. I don't know how, but he got behind the water tank and he'd hidden. And the kids had got fed up with hide and seek, and he was still there an hour and a half later, because even though we were calling him, he didn't want to lose. It was like, oh, right, you're just going to fucking go to sleep there. We don't care. We can take things too far. It's okay to lose. Please be careful about those battles about, does it really matter if somebody hasn't glazed their fucking parsnips with the right sort of honey? Does it matter?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
And that's one of the dangers. If you want that, bring your own parsnips, or my sister always hides in the bath, and then you always know where she is, the oyster. But doesn't that ruin that? I love it when kids just go, you can't see me. You're right, I can't. Let's join in. There's nothing wrong with a bit of real magic, is there? So we've got to be careful. And also I think we've got to be really respectful. If Christmas is really difficult for ourselves or any other holiday, or it's difficult for other people around you, really respect that. Lots of people can't afford a lot this Christmas. They're choosing between heating and eating. Lots of people can't afford presents. Lots of people can't do things. Is there a way you can give back? When we are grateful and we give, we actually start to feel better about life. So that's really important as well. It's really important for us to do that. I think one of the biggest issues we have is the expectations we have around Christmas of how people should be and what we think it is. I would like you to write all of your expectations and then write all of the other possibilities that might happen instead of those. And look at solutions for each of them rather than just sticking with that. If you are going to be by yourself at Christmas, especially if you're poly and you're going to miss someone, or you are a bit on the side, as we just said, or you're not included, think of ways to be included. Can you send a video to someone that they can maybe watch privately? Or if that person is the one alone, can you get 2 or 3 videos pre-made that you can send them during the day? Can you send them a gift? Can you send them something that will remind them of you? Can you send them a t-shirt with your perfume, your cologne, your aftershave, your deodorant on? Can you send them a teddy with your voice? Can you send them a present that's all about your relationship, that's really relevant? Can you send them a voucher that says this is a weekend away together in 3 months or in 4 weeks? Can you send them stuff? So think about COVID, think about, for those of you that were seeing me then as well, all those ideas we came up with, a way of giving of ourselves, whether it's our clothes. Look, if you want to send your pants, send your fucking pants, that might be fine. Your cum soaked, whatever, if you want to make it a section, of course you can. You maybe have a little bit more of an issue with that 4 days later. That crustiness isn't as sexy as you think it was when you first sent it. Just saying. Just saying. And a teddy bear wiped over your ass might be a lovely thought in the moment. But again, 2 or 3 weeks later, I'm not so sure. So try and choose your nicer smells. Try and choose your perfumes that you wear. So the smells. Try and use actually also stuff that your washing powder that smells of you. Try and send a t-shirt or a sheet or a pillowcase that's been washed in your stuff. Try and use things like your shampoos, your conditioners, all of those things on something. Like I say, a teddy bear, a doll, something, a comforter, a soother. Try and plan things through the other days. Get a pizza sent to them that's their favourite pizza. Get a bunch of flowers sent to them. This is nothing to do with gender, by the way. Get something sent. Get vouchers that they can open up during the day. When myself and a Don that I was seeing had to split up, we were apart for 6 months because he went to Australia. I probably sent so much stuff and I put a load of stuff in his suitcase that he could open all the time. I can't think about saying with me, but I'm much nicer than he was, right? So I'm kidding. But so actually I'm not. Yeah. So how do we do those things that show someone who isn't with us that we're really thinking of them? That we can give them things about us, even a lock of hair, or something. Sorry, insomnia can sleep deep setting in. Thank you. Sleep well. Hope you're okay. Take care. Lovely to see you as well. Andy says, joking aside, even if I go to someone's for a meal, even if you don't like it, just appreciate they put the time and effort into it. Yeah, and they hopes that you enjoyed it. Absolutely. Look, don't don't eat meat if you're not a meat eater. I get that. I remember somebody, oh God, so I have Swiss family, for those of you that don't know. And, I've had one of my aunts cook me horse steak. I just can't do it. I cannot eat a horse. But it's a really common steak. And I've had somebody else make me poussin. I don't know why I felt particularly funny about poussin compared to a chicken. What's the fucking difference? How do we find those differences? It's complex, isn't it? How we do those things. So how do we think of someone? How do we show them that we're thinking of them? And that can be letters, it can be voice recordings, it can be videos, it can be presents with our smells, it can be different things that are really important. Think of something that your partner likes and does. Little things. So when my daughter wasn't well recently, when she was here and her girlfriend was in Portsmouth in their house, one of the things she did that I loved is she said, I don't feel very well and I'm really tired and I'm a bit fed up. What she then did for her, which was interesting, is she sent her a pizza and some flowers. It was so sweet. It was just all that consideration. Those things are really important. How can we do those things? Because if you're not feeling very Christmassy or holiday-like, could you choose to work? There are lots of pros in choosing to work. There's money. Of course, you're going to earn money. You might learn some different skills. You might find some camaraderie and have a different experience of where you're working. That can be lovely. You might get some extra training on the day because people want to offer you something or do something else. There are also cons. You do miss out. Maybe you can't study if you're a student. Maybe you need to find a place to study. Maybe you need to plan your work so you've done a lot of it beforehand so that you feel good about it. It's really hard when you're a secondary person in a relationship, going back to that a little bit, and you're not known on that day. So it's really important that you consider polyamorous partners and or people who you're having affairs with. How do you do it? It's one of the loneliest times for people who are madly in love with somebody else and really want to be with them and can't be. Same if you think about the packages that, armed forces and different people get, broad, think of those packages, think of those things, because it is complex. And it's not easy. Think of like a little toy to send, a little thing to say, hey, you might set tasks. So if you're in a BDSM relationship and you've got power exchange, it could be that you turn around and say, wear this clamp, wear this thing that will cause you pain. You can buy all sorts of things that you can strap into bras, strap around testicles, strap around cocks, shove up arses. There are loads of things that you can wear and do to make you think of somebody else. It could be that you leave someone with some bruises, if that's your thing. It could be, there are lots and lots of things that you can do that are really awesome to help someone think of you and how it is, because it is difficult. A lot of the work will get in the way of a Christmas, of a relationship. That's another thing to think about. So our sex drive often goes down, or the libido drops, because we're with all the family and maybe we've got a lot of people around, or maybe we're completely by ourselves. So what do we want to do in that moment? Maybe we do want to go off and have a wank. Maybe because we're by ourselves, we want to have a wank. Maybe we want to do something that will create some pain to help us deal with how we are. None of the things are wrong. It's all about what is best for you and what is it you want to do. It can be really stressful Christmas, and actually often when we live through stress and we work through stress, we learn a lot about ourselves and things change, so it can also be really positive. But it's also about how you plan things and how you see things. It's also about the things you say around it. If you always say, this is a shit time, I'm having a terrible time, I don't believe you, not for every minute of the day. There are moments when you do something. If you get in a hot shower, do you know how many people can't afford hot water or don't have showers, don't have indoor toilets? How grateful are we for the things that we've got? How grateful are we if we make ourselves a fresh fucking fruit smoothie and we've got the fruit? But we're not. We take the small things for granted. And actually they can make us really see things differently and help us feel things differently. If you are struggling to reconnect with somebody, take some time out with them. Maybe you choose their clothes for them. Maybe you choose their underwear, especially if you're in a power exchange relationship, even if you're not together on the day. Maybe you ask them to wear something insertable. You can buy many, many things that are run by phones. You can get wee vibes and all sorts of stuff. I am going to say there was an incident in Manchester a little while ago where somebody else got hold of somebody else's phone and put it on. Now, some people... Don't go there. Some people will get really cross and say that's some form of assault. Others will say, actually, you shouldn't let your phone access to anybody. So if you are going to do that sort of thing, make sure your phone is locked permanently and you can play with things like that, and they can be really good fun. Also, these things can be hacked. So just be aware. It could be that you set tasks. It could be you write notes with perfume. It could be you set love letters. It could be that you need to speak to the fucking Samaritans or somebody else, some independent body to try and help to make a difference. What is it you want to do? And that's what you've got to think about. What is best for me as a human being? And when you are by yourself, again, have a look at volunteering. Have a look at being okay with a day. It is just a day. What are you going to watch? What are you going to plan to watch? What are you going to read? What are you going to eat? What are you going to eat when? Because often plans through the day can help us, especially if we are by ourselves. It can make a difference. It really genuinely can. So, what other questions have you got, or anything else you want to ask about lasting through Christmas or holidays or any other time before we disappear for the end of the evening? What other questions have you got? And if you haven't, I'll drink my tea.
Early night for you, Des.
Yeah, I know, it's amazing. No, I've got a certain phone call I want to make about somebody who I want banned from somewhere. Let's not go there.
Oh,
Right. All right. So, any other questions? Any other thing that you think, hey, what do I need help with? That you maybe wouldn't be able to ask somebody, that is different for you to ask, that you haven't had the opportunity to ask anybody before. And
well, I'm going to be on my own for Christmas. I'm going to be on my own for a few days afterwards. My kids were going to come down on the 7th. There's a train strike and shit. And I feel fine about it. I don't know whether I'll feel fine on the day, but the last 2 or 3 Christmases I've been on my own and felt, yeah, this is fine.
So, like, so the thing I would say about that is the assumption is you will be fine, but have a backup plan. Have a plan A and a plan B and a plan C in case I'm not. And that, for me, is about pre-morteming. If I'm not going to be okay, what is it I want in that moment? What would help me? What am I going to do? It's just having a backup plan. I say just, it takes quite a lot of thought, but you can speak to a friend about it and you can say, what else can I do? Because actually eating 33 tons of turkey isn't always the best idea for the next 3 months, is it? So what is it you want to do and how do you look after yourself is really important. And it might be that you get stuff that's nice for you. You have a very luxurious bath. You buy something to rub into your skin and different things. The Real Brat says, I've asked some friends if they want to join me on Boxing Day for food and games. And do you know what? If they can't, how do you do it online? What if they can't travel? Could you do something online? Go back and think about what we did during COVID. We played games and we did so much online. We shared and watched movies together. There are games that you can play on screens that we can share as well if you can't manage to do it with somebody. And I think it is about changing expectations of Christmas, and that time is supposed to be wonderful for everybody. It's not. A lot of the world feels really unhappy in that moment. It's an interesting sense of entitlement. Well, it's not fair. I should be with somebody. I should have that meal. I should have this. I should have that. Only you can make some changes for you. How are you going to do that? And what is it you want? And how can you do that? Again, so much easier said than done. So even if they can't come, the Real Brat, is there a way of you, getting online and being part of something in some way, if that's what you want to do? Even if you end up eating together, everyone gets a plate of food. Lots of people did that in COVID, Should we have dinner together? Yeah. Or if you're at other sides of the world, someone's in Australia and you're here, you make spag bowl, they're having breakfast, or vice versa, and you eat together. You could still share things a lot more than COVID taught us that. It really did. I'm not saying good things came from COVID, and it did teach us that. So that can make a difference. And I think once you've lived through being alone, if you can manage it, and it is an if, that makes a difference. I've had a couple confirm they're coming, but if some can't, then find a way to include. Exactly. It doesn't cost us a lot anymore, especially if we're on Wi-Fi, to be on FaceTime all the time. We can fall asleep with people on FaceTime, can't we? I mean, maybe not the best if you're a prolific farter in the middle of the night or whatever, and it's your first time. How was your first night sleeping together? I don't know, she drooled everywhere and she farted 20 times. I don't ever want to sleep with her again. Or him, or them, it doesn't matter. So maybe an automatic timer might be a good thing in some way, shape or form. Or you stop masturbating in the middle of the night and they're there just watching. Be careful about these things. So it's really important. Maybe if you're on your own, if there's a place you wanted to visit, why not go there completely?
that Christmas is quite dead, interestingly. I've been in the middle of London at Christmas and it's so beautiful. It's so quiet and it's so interesting, especially on Christmas Day. You go and see landmarks and interesting places or go for a walk. It can be really gorgeous and you just forget that it's Christmas Day. I'd have more issues with my cat's photo box as soon as, I'm really cruel. I don't let my animals in my bedroom at night. I know 3 of you have changed your mind about me already and 10 of you have just left the room. I don't. Having a bail bondsman on speed dial when you truly kill the ex-in-laws. Yeah, I always want that person, like when you watch like John Wick's, I just want that clean-up team. Why can't I have one of those? Where'd you get one of those? Right, that's quite handy, isn't it? Or, nice kitty, just dig up your patio and just plan it. Clearly, I'm not advocating killing anybody. I can't believe I have to say that shit, but I do. I always thought like an actual icicle might work. How much DNA is there in the water? I don't have those thoughts, it's just you. In Bury Centre, there's a light structure which is really pretty. I go there sometimes just to watch the lights change colours. I love that, exactly that, or go out and see the moon, the stars if it's dark or whatever. Like go to a system like borrow my doggy or something and say, can I walk your dog on Christmas Day? Because I just really want to get out. Borrow my dog. Like you can really start to involve yourself in other people's pets. Not in a weird way, any of you. Just to, have something there as well. It's really nice to make sure no Walking Dead jambles. That's going to become a thing now, isn't it? Or hamsters. So I pinch my neighbour's dogs. I hope not literally. I pinch my neighbour's dog so much so that I have a key to take them. Exactly. Isn't that special? That sort of thing that we can do. It makes a real difference just to walk them. It's important to find things that work for you. It really is. But as I say, there's a big difference between domestic violence and abuse and toxicity. It's bad if someone threatens to walk the goldfish. I saw somebody with this portable goldfish thing the other day with a handle and I was like, wow, I've seen it all now. If you are alone, never forget there are tons of kiddos in foster homes who do not have a choice to not have a family yet. I do think one of the things I talk about when I look at social media is when I'm trying to enable people rather than
Disable?
No, rather than keeping them where they are negatively. How important is it that you have to look around and down? What we tend to do is look around and up. We look at, I'm going to pick on the Kardashians because they're such a classic for so many young girls, whether you like them or not. They are worth billions of dollars between them. They live a lifestyle that most people will never ever achieve. We tend, when we look at these things, to look at the 1%. And we look at what everyone else has got, and we look at what social media represents. How often do you look around and look at people who don't have anything? How often do you look around and look at people who have less? And that's actually much better for you as a human being. Not in a, well, I'm posher than him, he's posher than me type old system. I don't mean that. I mean being grateful for what you've got. Andy says, my neighbour is moving shortly. Her cat Harry visits me in the morning and night, and I just realised yesterday that I won't see him soon. Oh, I have a very famous cat locally called Ginge, and Ginge he gets pictures on Facebook all the time. He goes into Asda, he goes into all the shops in the high street. Everybody knows who he is. Everybody calls him the Asda cat, all of those things. And they love and adore him. And I was looking at moving, and I might look at moving again, and I can't tell you the amount of people who said, can you leave the cat? How? Anyone who moves in here just takes my cat. Does it ever work when you're alone or depressed? Right, okay. There is a difference between alone and lonely and depressed. Now, if you are feeling down, you are not depressed. If you have clinical depression, that's completely different. Again, what do these words mean? So does it work to be grateful? 100%. Because what we absolutely do is it changes the wiring in the brain. So gratitude, we know, changes the mind. Not for one day, for 5 minutes, but every day if we start to do that, we know that that helps. So it depends whether you mean alone, lonely, depression, clinical depression, actual depression. There are a lot of people who aren't diagnosed with depression that still get antidepressants. And actually what we've proven in the last year especially is that depression isn't just a chemical thing. And actually really, most SSRIs don't really help. We don't even know why they help. So there's some really interesting research going on around all of that. So yeah, yes, it can help. It can make a difference, but it's a very small tool in a very large armory. And it's about seeing somebody who can help you with those hundreds of tools as well. Dickens says not just that, but we often forget that we only see what people present to us. Absolutely. Or allow us to see. Often they will have so many other things that will be going on we never know about. I think that's a really important thing to remember. You see what somebody wants to present you as an image. I mean, how many people knew that Kim and Ye were going to get divorced at that time? Because, they were living apart and all their pictures looked amazing, didn't they? Happy families. It's just not true. And you can look at people like that. I used to like watching Jeremy Kyle just to make me feel better. When I'm not on TV doing a lie detector with a cheating partner with no teeth, so I do. Come on. So I do think sometimes people being myself can make us. I think I'm not a religious person, but I do like the expression there, but for the grace of God go I. And I like the idea of like, hey, I am empowering in my own life. How do I make things better for me? Again, it sounds so fucking facetious because actually it's not that easy to achieve. I've worked really hard in my therapy. I've had a lot of therapy. I've worked really hard on myself. I'm not saying I could always do these things or that it's been easy. I'm saying I've learned how to, and I've had to really challenge myself on how to, and I don't always get it right, and it's not always good. Like some moments aren't, and mainly pretty good. And I haven't just done that by accident, and that hasn't just happened to me, and I'm not fortunate, I'm not lucky, I'm not built differently. Now, I don't mean this sort of hard work that, well, if you just worked harder, you can pull yourself out of poverty. Fuck off, you facetious fucking cunt. If I work any harder and I'm working for £5 an hour, it doesn't matter how many hours I work, I'm never going to pull myself out of poverty. Hate that sort of attitude. And when it comes to our emotional well-being, there's so much we can do to help ourselves. We've just got to want to, and that's not easy to achieve either. It really isn't. It really isn't. So, does anyone have a last question about anything before we all disappear? And then I will see you after Christmas. How do you feel about doing something about kinky goals and how to achieve them and doing different kinky things and maybe poly and relationships and that sort of stuff? Yeah? Got some thumbs up there, so we can do that. So we'll have a look at that. Yep, sounds good. I mean, I don't know what it will look like. We can bring some really interesting things, and then actually if you bring the ideas and bring your goals, then oh God, can I? Yeah, actually, I can. Like how to do them, where to find things, how to find people, what to do. Anything.
How to find people? Yes, please.
Anything for newbies. What were the kinky goals? Yeah, bring it. What do you want to ask about? And let's look at that. So absolutely. Yeah, and I don't think being new or being old is necessarily an advantage, or being experienced is sometimes actually being experienced can get in the way. I can't tell you the amount of partners I've done something violent with or something alternative, and I've gone,
well, go on, tell us.
But, oh no, wait, that's me. And I'm trying to say, well, you're doing that wrong. Do you realise you're going to cause spinal damage? I just feel sorry for the people I'm with. So actually, I think it can be good as well in a different way. So yes, we will look at anything for new people as well. And we can do that as a form of goals for the year, of what you want to achieve, how to do it, whether it's rape, whether it's play, whether it's polyamory, whether it's new relationships. Let's bring it all and let's talk about it. And that one will be so off the cuff, so I'll respond to what you're saying. So bring your own and we'll take it from there. And that'll be in 2 weeks' time. So thank you very much for coming. I hope you've all got a little bit of something out today. And any of the workshops that I've done actually over the last, God knows how many years. It's been a few years now. So Explorer, thank you. I hope you have a great Christmas. See you in 2023. If you come in 2 weeks, it'll actually still be 2022. Master Fred, thank you for another great session. Debs, they're great tips and ideas to help make Christmas special when apart from someone special. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you. Especially when it's the first one since finding each other. Yeah, really do take all of those little ideas because there are actually hundreds in there if you go through them. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you too, and to everybody, however you choose to celebrate the holidays. Madam Princess, thank you so much. Always love your therapy sessions. You really give it all the best. They're not therapy, they're workshops. Jay, thank you, Deb. Really welcome. Paris, thank you. Welcome. Oyster, thank you. Have a wonderful Christmas. And to you, I'm really glad you got to run your real brat. Leather Linus, lots of hearts and great colours. Mike, thanks. Happy Christmas. And to you, Explorer, or thanks. Oh, you're all being lovely. Thank you as always. All of you are saying lovely things. Another great workshop. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. I thought you would not have one before January. Yeah, I'm going to do one in 2 weeks. I think it's about the 28th. It's that middle time when people don't have anything to do, when they feel lonely, when they feel bored, and it's that middle time. So I thought, no, I'll keep it actually. It's that middle time just after Christmas, but just before New Year, so we can talk about all these things. Oh gosh, people are saying lovely things. Merry Christmas to all of you. Lots of love to you all as well. Really mean that. Thank you. So, yes.
My polar bear is dry. It sounds a bit like my Holocaust is full of evils.
I would like to know what that means, actually. What does it mean my polar bear is dry? Does that mean you drunk your advent calendar? I don't know what that means. I like that though. I'm going to use it and I don't know why and I don't know where, but you never know. Leather Lights, always appreciate your insights, Paul. Thank you. It's called being a therapist for over 50,000 hours. Arias? Arias? Fucking hell.
All the Elries.
Hours. Jesus, I'm tired. Right. My cloud dog. Oh, okay. With you. All right. So really take care, all of you, and wank away. Have whatever holiday that you want to have, and I hope you just manage it in the best way that you can. Yay for the 28th. I may be full of Christmas cake, but who cares? We can all vomit together. Really joint weird session. See you later. Wank away. See you later. Take care, everyone. Thanks. Bye. Bye.